All of you must obey the government rulers. Everyone who rules was given the power to rule by God, and all those who rule now were given that power by God. So anyone who is against the government is really against something God has commanded. Those who are against the government bring punishment on themselves. People who do right don't have to fear the rulers, but those who do wrong must fear them. Do you want to be free from fearing them? Then do only what is right, and they will praise you. Rulers are God's servants to help you. But if you do wrong, you have reason to be afraid. They have the power to punish, and they will use it. They are God's servants to punish those who do wrong. So you must obey the government, not because you might be punished, but because you know it is the right thing to do. And this is why you pay taxes, too. Those rulers are working for God, and they give all their time to the work of ruling. Give everyone what you owe them. If you owe them any kind of tax, then pay it. Show respect to those you should respect, and show honor to those you should honor. You should owe nothing to anyone, except that you will always owe love to each other. The person who loves others has done all that the law commands. The law says, you must not commit adultery. You must not murder anyone. You must not steal. You must not what belongs to someone else. All these commandments and all other commandments are really only one rule. Love your neighbor, the same as you love yourself. Love doesn't hurt others, so loving is the same as obeying all the law. I say this because you know that we live in an important time. Yes, it is now time for you to wake up from your sleep. Our salvation is nearer now than when we first believed. The night is almost finished. The day is almost here. So we should stop doing whatever belongs to darkness. We should prepare ourselves to fight evil with the weapons that belong to the light. We should live in a right way, like people who belong to the day. We should not have wild parties or be drunk. We should not be involved in sexual sin or any kind of immoral behavior. We should not cause arguments and trouble or be jealous, but to be like Lord Jesus Christ, so that when people see what you do, they will see Christ. Don't think about how to satisfy the desires of your sinful self. That is Romans chapter 13. Very dense, in my opinion. Very, very dense. And I do not know. I wonder how Paul, and by extension Jesus, able to see 1800 years into the future to discover that renewance does not come from being violent against what is currently in place. But we will be game deving today. Probably working on this input system a little more. Let's open our project file. I've been thinking about this system. What I can do. My idea for this is, I feel like minimizing the amount of tricks that we do, minimizing basically the amount of deception, and if we minimize the amount of deception going on in our game, it'll actually make our job a lot easier. Something a lot of people say that does kind of bother me is they'll say that oh, real game designers, real expert game devs, it's all just tricking. It's all just a series of tricks. They almost take like a kind of pride in the fact that the game is not like actually doing the thing that they're making the player think it does. And universally, whenever they bring this up and whenever they show an example, they show an example that's like kind of janky, and you can kind of tell that it's not doing what you think it's doing. And the reason that they know is because they could tell. Now, the only instance where you cannot really tell is the instance where probably not lying that much. So my idea for this is to position you correctly, then play the animation and disable the player's collision. That's my. Although that might be a little hard. First, we're going to work on this input system. My volume like quiet? Ow. Tricks are for kids. That's true, Giant Dad. Welcome. I'm thinking about, should all of these actually be two bools? And then I have consumption for each of them? I wonder.
It's the final stretch. Florent.
Hmm.
Keep your cool. Better luck next time.
Huh? There should be no room for the let's see. Okay. Thinking about this the wrong way. Okay, we got that working. Oh! I'm thinking about how I can do a running jump. Let's open Blender. Make another running animation. Why are you crashing, Blender? There we go. In action. It's going to be... What? Hmm. Ding. Let's see what this looks like. Visual. Bing. Let's see now. Dark Souls rolling? That's been in there for a while. No, it's not like you do it on command, it's part of a falling animation. Right now we're working on this jump. Kind of a shorter hop jump. Why don't you make it faster? Hmm. That looks good. Ding 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 ding. like your background music. Thank you. This is Echo the Dolphin. It's kind of a quiet live stream. Turn the music up. Alright. How's that look? It still seems kind of off. It feels like what I did in Blender is not being done in Code. Re-import. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. Make sure she re-updated. Let's look at this animation. In the... What the hell? What? Yeah, that seems about right. You know, it's kind of hitting me that I'm probably gonna have to do some better volume mixing. Yeah. Might be hard. Now, why is that happening? Alright. Oof. I'm thinking about how to solve this. Like what? Not even how to solve, but just what's causing the problem. The rockets will shoot a lot of them. They'll just like never stop. If I go into my walk, give me a thinking. I need a OST for thinking. I like this one. Okay. I think we're pretty much done with this animation. It seems to the way I want it. Just curious, why do you have this little girl's photo? What? That's me. That's... Little girl. That is me. That I don't know. Can a white boy be a little handsome? A white boy can't be a little handsome? Can't get it to happen again. I don't know why it's not happening. Really, or we had saw a little bug where like the rockets just wouldn't stop shooting and I can't create it. You don't have to be sorry, it's funny. I need to like reduce the volume of my own game. The greatest gift we ever received, of course. A white boy can be a little handsome. White boy can have a skin routine. Don't exfoliate every day. Never you exfoliate sparingly, or else you're gonna sand your shit down. This animation's coming out kind of nice. Like this, I'm not gonna replace the old one. I just replaced it for now to like test. Later on, we're gonna do a check so that like, okay, you're in the air. We're gonna check how far down is the ground, and if the ground is like sufficiently far down, we'll send you one animation or we'll send you to the other animation. Which, I don't know, I guess we could just do that now. Let's make a new animation. Run jump 1. I'm so smart, I named it O1 just in case we make like 100 of these. I'm so prepared for the future. Advance. 0. And you are going to connect both to the roll. Enabled. Also going to connect to all. And I love Dark Souls too. I should play Dark Souls 2 on the live stream. There has to be like a better way. Like there's no way that this is what they intend for you to do all the time. I just don't believe it. Not for a second. Like, but they don't want. They want to like. This is kind of what I was talking about yesterday with like these what like visual representations of like programming. Like this wouldn't be that bad if it was just like text. If this was just text, it would actually be pretty nice. But now because I have to like figure out where to put everything, it's like it's pretty quickly turning into a cluster fest. What is this? Here. Can't even click. Which? Now, where's our run jump? Gonna make. I'm gonna make this like 5, so it's more of a hop. Player is on ground. And we also want if there think that looks about right to me. Then when we're running, where is it? Running. If you're not on the ground. And we're gonna do another check. So we're gonna make a float. Do I already have distance to ground? Yes. If distance to ground is greater than, I'm gonna say 6. Let's try 6. And we're gonna do else. So if it's greater than 6, I mean honestly, this pleases my visual more. There we go. Let's see how that works. Still staring at that message. Alright. Okay, so she did that. Now, presumably, if I do this, she'll. Okay. Crayon DS2 stream was the best thing I've ever seen. I had a lot of fun playing that game. I haven't played it in a long time. I have to make sure I still like it. Not bad for a little girl. It's a good picture. I look handsome. But I'm liking this jump animation. Do you remember that guy? He was funny. I don't know if I remember. I don't remember playing Dark Souls 2 with anybody. I remember playing Dark Souls 3 with Walter, but I don't remember playing Dark Souls 2 with anyone. I like this like kind of dynamic jump we have. Feels dynamic. Are you streaming on YouTube at the same time? I am. How does it work? The way it works is I send the video to like a middleman, and then the middleman will like restream that video to like Twitch. That's why there's like probably more of a delay than is desirable, but it's worth it because I get more buddies to talk to. So I'm sacrificing the viewer experience for my own convenience, basically. So this kicks out just a little too. Just a little too. And we can I also kind of want to, because the idle animation plays so quickly, I do kind of want to tune it down a little bit. What's this? Like, you barely notice it in here. Oops. Like, I just want the tiniest movement so that you can tell she's alive. On YouTube, you're a big black dude? What? What does that, how do you even... Big black dude? What? Scroll down. That's not me. that's that's Markel. That's not me.
I'm saying, but I've been sitting right here watching, and you fucking trash, bro. Like, you need to hang up your deck. You know what I'm saying? Put your dual disc back in the closet. You know what I'm saying? Cause that ain't it, shorty. I just seen you summon the same monster 3 duels in a row, and it didn't do nothing. Like, you need to do something about that, bro.
That is not me. That's Markel. This is me. This is me holding a cookie. This is me holding a cookie. You're a big black man. Okay. Let's get this sorted out. Where's the tiniest? Kind of miss Markel. I haven't seen him in a while. Wasn't it? Okay. She needs a little more movement than that. Ever so slightly. I think that's the best we're gonna get. Sorry again. I will find my way out. You're fine. It's funny. You're leaving. You have a wonderful night, Hollinzer. Hope to see you again some other time. Alright, let's export this. Did I think I just re-export. Alright, Giant Dad. Have a good sleep. Wonderful sleep. Good night, you too, Giant Dad. You have a wonderful night. Always nice to have you around. No. Oops. Ooh. Okay. Something I'm curious about is if we can get rid of a little state. We get rid of a little state. True. Okay. And now it's false. Does this mean we don't need this previous animation? Afraid this is gonna break everything. I guess it's not bad. This is the last time it's first time. Okay. Okay. So what are you working on today? What I'm working on right now is I thought I could get rid of a little state, which is I have this struct, I have a field in the struct over here called previous animation name, and you can see it's a string. And I kind of don't like that, and I had the thought, hold on, maybe I can put this on the stack. So what I did was I checked, okay, does this calling this function advance, which is how I advance the frames of her animation, does calling this function tell me something? And it turns out it does tell me something. Or it actually it alters the state of this input. Get current node. So I can use this to get the previous animation name, and then that can just be on the stack rather than the heap, which is convenient for me. Convenient for me. And it seems we can just get rid of all. I feel bad. I kind of feel bad for that guy. Kind of feel bad for that guy that thought I was first thought I was a little girl, and then he thought I was a big black man. That must have been an emotional roller coaster. He's still here? My bad. I thought you left. This is proof that I feel empathy. What else are we gonna work on? Let me see, because I just got done with this. I'm not sure if I should like take the plunge with this like climb, this little climb I have, because I don't know, I'm kind of worried. Like, because what I have right now, like, it kinda works. It doesn't really work, but it like kinda works. So I don't wanna, I don't wanna screw it up too bad. I need to be confident in my ability to save a state, I guess. Let me think about how this is gonna work. My idea is to use root motion and to disable our collisions. Okay. Now what does that mean? What does that actually mean practically? What am I thinking? The only thing I'm worried about with replacing the current like little vaulting system with some kind of root motion is that still doesn't tell us anything. Like I'm worried it's going to be the same problem again. Which is to say, right now the problem pretty much is player. How do I even describe the problem? Is that when we teleport the player so that they're positioned in the place they need to be, um, it's not like quite smooth. And I'm wondering how I could force it to be smooth. And I'm gonna think how we can do like a run jump. Also, this should help with a rocket. Yeah, that helps a little bit. A little more reasonable. I mean, honestly, shouldn't. I don't know. It's making me think. It's making me think. I go down here. How am I gonna do this? Hmm. I like that video. How am I going to do a jump? I know what I want. I know how I. Oh. Alright. Previous animation name was Run, and see what that looks like. How do you do it again? Ooh, that's way too strict. Far too strict. Is in transition. Can we get this before? Okay. Let's see. Okay. Hmm. So that didn't work. Hmm. Bro, this is so tiresome. What do we do? Ding, 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 ding. Ding. Ugh. Really dumbfounded how I can do this jump. Because by the time this case, you're already out of it. Is there some way that I can get... Obviously there's like more than one animation playing because there's a fade between... It's still kind of playing the other animation. Is there a way I can get that animation it's fading from? What are you? Okay. Bro, I'm on to you. Hold on. If I think I'm on to something, hold on. And if we get this, then I think this will be the last thing I do tonight. If player animation tree get parameters run, I get like is playing animation no big. I have to be able to get something. Playing mode. Dance on. There has to be something. Just to clarify. I need to figure this out. Set it. There has to be something like active. Hold up. I'm on to you. Maybe? No. Oh. I know a better way to do this, but I also know that it's too. I don't want a stupid solution, I want a good one. If I did the solution that's in my head right now, it would just make things confusing. Current delta. This isn't useful. Ding ding ding. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. What is the EOS of your game? I'm thinking for a second. I've heard that acronym before, but I don't remember what it means. EOS. What's different? What's special? Oh, not a lot. You ever played Pikmin 2? It's a clone of Pikmin 2. That makes sense. It is one of my favorite video games. Jeez, that's gonna be fun later. But yeah, there's not a lot to the game. A pretty simple game. It's a lot like Pikmin 2. I'm trying to think, there's probably other games it's similar to also. It's hard to say like what is different about the game. Because I'm mostly thinking like I guess in like in positive terms, like what things is it like? Looks like an arena where people fight each other, Dark Souls style. No, not at all. Like there's not other people. It's definite. I can't listen to this song. I'm sorry, Theory. Like there's never. It's not a multiplayer game at all. It's not going to be other people. Like this whole thing with the rockets. That's kind of. That was the original point of the game, and that was kind of like if you ever played Sonic Adventure 1, it's kind of supposed to be like E102 Gamma. My bad. It's supposed to be like E102 Gamma, kind of. But, you know, there's things that aren't in Sonic Adventure 1 that are in here, but are like, that's not unique to this game. Like, we kind of have this. I know why that's happening. I'm not gonna. You know, we kind of like had this like ledge climbing, we have like jumping, we have like this little orb, like a paper airplane. If I do it right. Fly around. I haven't really been thinking in terms of like, oh, what am I doing that no other game is? Because, I don't know. I guess I don't have such a high standard. I feel like it's already doing something pretty different just by the fact that I actually like care about it. Most people do not care about their games at all. So I have not really been thinking in those terms, but maybe I should be. I like that. I don't know. The loop of the game is trying to, I guess, something that's different that I haven't seen before. Um, like Pikmin 2 is kind of simulating like a Roman economy where it's like, okay, you're in debt and you have to pay the debt. Whereas my game is kind of trying to simulate a Babylonian economy, like a palace temple economy. And the loop of the game is that you're a part of this temple, you're a part of this palace, and you have to like collect these resources to pay your debt, and you can also pay other people's debt. Um, and the reason you care about paying the debt is because the game is centered around the idea of a jubilee happening. But the reason you control this character is because this character knows that a jubilee is not happening. There will not be a forgiveness of debts. Uh, which historically that's the transmission of the like Eastern like economic style to what would become the, I don't know, I would call it the Roman collapse because I don't like it, but there came a point in history when debts stopped being forgiven, and that's kind of what the game is about. I guess like narratively is about debt. But it's like I struggle to say that that's unique because like I mean Pikmin 2 has like debt in it. It becomes unique when it's like when it's all put together. When everything's gonna be done, I do think it's gonna end up being at least somewhat unique. Um, I was saying this a few days ago that even if you're like trying to copy someone else's game like one for one, you're accidentally going to make it unique just because you probably aren't as good at copying as you think you are, and you're going to accidentally mess up and make something that's different from what you're trying to copy. Like even in the most extreme cases, like I know people who play like that game Lords of the Fallen, and everyone hated it when it came out. It's not as unpopular now, but like the demographic of people who play Lords of the Fallen versus the demographic of people who play like Dark Souls is completely different. Even if like they both like try each other's games, the people who like enjoy them are completely different. And even like within the same series, like the people who enjoy Dark Souls 1 are very different from the people who enjoy like Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, or just 2, or just 3. Like these are all completely different people who get completely different things out of their game. And it's like Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, those three are at least trying vaguely to be pretty much the same. Dark Souls 2 is the only one that really has ambition in its design. And even then, it's like still pretty much, it's still trying to be a Dark Souls game. Uh, but they're all still like very clearly unique experiences. But right now we're trying to figure out, in the engine there is this state that I want to access. So you can see when I'm transitioning from the run to the walk, the run animation is still playing. I need to be able to tell if I'm currently in the walk animation, is the run animation still playing? Because that'll tell me that we're transitioning from the run animation to the walk animation. And of course, if we're doing this, then I want to enable the player to jump. But it doesn't, so far it's seeming like Godot just doesn't expose that state to me, which is frustrating. Let me read this. Most are starting with something they like some techniques. A roguelike or a shooter. Yeah, like, pretty much. Like, I got started out copying kind of like I wanted to do like Sonic CD, but a 3D game. Because, like, I mean, like, there's a ton of Sonic fan games, but most of them are kind of dumb. Most of them are I mean, admittedly, it's because most of them are made by like children, so I don't want to be too harsh. But a lot of them are just like, hey, we're doing Sonic Adventure 2 again. We're doing Sonic 3 again. Um, and there's not a lot of like actual influence from like the good Sonic games. And I think what appeals a lot to these people who make like Sonic fan games, because there's so many of them, what appeals to them is that they get to like make their own unique vision of Sonic. So you have people who don't really understand these games like at all, trying to make a Sonic game. So from that view, I think it's kind of bad how unique their games are. Because it's like, okay, you're a Sonic fan game, I want a Sonic game. And then it's just, oh, you're doing Sonic Adventure 1 again. You're doing Sonic Adventure 2 again. And I still kind of want to make a Sonic CD game, you know, probably in the far future, because it's not an easy type of game to make. But there's no game like that. At least right now. Even the best, most fluid controlling like Sonic 3D games, they do not have they don't have a good reason. They don't have really good reasons to do any of your movement, and they don't really challenge you in any meaningful way. Which is completely understandable, because making that type of game, you spend such a long time on the character controller, and I imagine that by the time you get to like, I don't know, like designing levels and designing like around this player controller, that you're really just focused on being able to use the player controller like in a nice way. And again, like most of those games are being made by like 15-year-old kids. So the standard that I have for them is not super high. There has to be something. I can't just check if the play position is 0. The reason I can't just do that is because it will... Actually, there has to be something. There has to be something. Can I? Current position. We do this every single frame. And so that's also kind of something that I think differentiates like someone who cares about the game they're making and someone who doesn't. Is just like how many games do you actually play? A lot of people will call themselves a gamer, but then all they play is like Siege. They'll just play like Rainbow Six Siege, or they'll play like one thing. It's like how there's like right now, I don't know if you read books, but there's a lot more writers right now than there are readers, because nobody likes to read, but everyone loves to write. And I think it's kind of the same thing where like a lot of people who do like game deving, they don't really like video games that much. They just like 1 or 2 video games that they play like all the time. And I suspect personally that a lot of these people, they don't actually have that much passion for their game. They just want the identity of being a game dev. Like, I want to tell all my friends I'm a game dev. Little, I don't know, a little not good, I guess. Maybe a bad habit. Now, I guess like a little win we can get from doing this. Move this out. I do read, but only one author. He ships book like a machine. I can't even keep up. Yeah. I think that's how a lot of people like play a video game. Like, do you appreciate video games as a medium? Do you care about video games? Or do you like only care about this one thing and it happens to be a video game? Because those are very different things. And you see a lot of video games being made by people who do not care about the medium. Which is like, I guess it's fine. But it's also causing the destruction of this art. I'm like looking through all this documentation, looking for like something I can use. I thought for a second, can I use the play mode? But I checked here and it's like, well, no, that's not doing exactly what I think it is. Is there like some way I can tell if this is like on right now? Is there? I don't know. I noticed that there are being way more video games made for streaming because the gameplay is super stupid simple. You can't even lose that easy. Yeah, I see what you mean. There's a lot of games that are being made not to enjoy as you're playing them, which I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad. Um, but you're not actually supposed to enjoy the game playing it. You're supposed to enjoy the game watching someone else play it. I'm just looking at this documentation. I can put it up on the list. Why not? Active? I checked active already. It didn't do anything. But no, this is about one shot. State machine. This is useless to me. Group motion. Blender. This is just about animation code. Like I have length, position, and delta. The only one that's like, what does filter need? What are you? What are you? Improve filtering. Okay, that's cool. That didn't help. Signal. As filter. All of this shit, but no check for if the thing is playing. Why? What is going on? There's nothing. Loop mode. Oh. Like, I know you're there somewhere. Look, it is literally playing. As we speak, it is playing. Yes. Oh, I thought that would let me keep it. I don't want to put state on my player just to deal with this. Have you been a game dev from the beginning? What, like since I was born? Not since I was born, but I would say I've been dipping my toes in and out. Been dipping my toes in and out. Like a couple years, I'd say. Yeah, roughly. Most of my progress has been just in the past like single year, but I've cared about it for like longer than that. I just didn't like take the actions for a long time. Different career. My career is I'm a barber. I don't know if this is what you're looking for. Let me check this out. Also, welcome, Slatey Dev. Animation node state machine playback. Is this it? Is playing? I have to figure out how to access state machine. I think I already have this. Let me check. Let me check. May be very important. May be very important. I'm seeing keywords. I'm seeing keywords that I like. Okay. So I have a state machine right here. Right. Okay, so player animation state. Let's see. I don't know why I removed this. I still need it. Okay. But yeah, no, this is not my career. Here is... Right now I work in a warehouse. So. State. Now, is there a way I can get a specific node? Let's check. Get current link. I need I need to get this like by some index. Or you know, like a pointer. I imagine that if I just print this, it'll give me for my walk state and not the run state. You can check. I do it. Just... We might as well actually keep both. Oh, I don't. Why is it wanting to put it AABB? Guess I'll find out. I'm being stupid doing that. But what's going on? I'm confused. So get current link. It's not get current node. That'll play the current node. Get fading from length. Get fading from node. Okay, okay. Worse. Let's see. Let's see, and let's hope that this string becomes empty. It does! Okay, that's exactly what we needed. Thank you so much. I needed this. I needed this. You know what? Y'all have been so wonderful and helpful. I think I... There we go. We did it. Okay, now... If... node equals run and is action. I need to rename that. No, it wasn't me. Y'all have both been very helpful. Run jump 202. Let's see if this does what I want. All that work for 3 lines. That was a very good tip. Something isn't right. Fading from node equals. First, let's whatever. I don't actually need a good. Okay. I need it to just play. So instead of target animation, the animation. There were some confusions. They kind and chill. It touches the heart. It touches the heart. I still think. Here we go. It was Stark. Okay. Now here. Oh, it was. What was it called? Free. Run, jump, up. Let's see. We're getting it done. Okay, now that's working. Now, and three is press. That was a little strange. What is this? What is changing? Something strange is happening. Maybe. What if we do that? What? Yesterday, another streamer checked his first follower plus mod chat history to see his first message. He scrolled back like 2 years. Maybe we will laugh again if you do the same for me 2 years later. That does sound funny. Sounds like a nice time. So I'm wondering what's making. Why does adding this little condition add? What is going on here? It's a very odd behavior. I'm not sure. And if we get rid of this, it leads me to think there's something wrong with my logic. My run. Yeah, so something to do with me pressing that button is missing. So let's go over to this state. Where is my state? You're on the ground, we make you roll. So it looks like you're automatically on the ground. But what does that have to do with this? Because it works when we don't have that. Thinking. This has to be having some kind of influence. Let's try. How's the game going? What's good? Astoraxar. You know what? Every man a moderator. Every man a moderator. Game is going wonderful. Let's just check. Let's just check if that's ruining everything. Okay, so it's definitely just the input page. And I'm wondering why. What could possibly go wrong? I agree. It was like 2 weeks ago since I last saw the game. A lot has changed. A lot has changed in just 2 weeks. I'm trying to remember where we were at 2 weeks ago. We have a bunch of new stuff. See, we kind of have like a little climb. Facts. Every man a moderator. Give these rockets now. Whee! Like some special firing modes. Use close to release. I don't know if I'm close to release, but I am close to satisfaction, I guess. You know, I'm not close to satisfaction. I don't know why I said that. I switched the button over. A game like this will take years. It might, honestly. I started in October, and the original goal was to release in June, and I did not realize at the time how much I would actually care about the game. I also didn't account for the fact that I would stop working on the game for like 5 months. So that was another thing I didn't account for, but I did not care about this game that much when I started it, and now I care about it a lot. Can you show us the stingray? It's a manta ray! Show you. I don't think I've done too much different with it since the last time. I think I played with the controls a little bit to make it like feel more smooth. My idea for it has changed, I think, since last time. My idea for the game or not the game, my idea for this manta ray right now is not that it will teleport you, but that wherever it lands, I want there to be a nuclear bomb. That's a little strange. So I like the idea of the nuclear bomb, and the reason for that is because I've been adding more of these like movement mechanics, I guess. While you're on the ground, like I have this like ledge thing where you like move up a ledge. Ignore that little rocket. I know why that's happening. And I have like this kind of like leap you do. This roll. Like I'm adding more movement stuff, and I'm getting a lot of ideas for that. And I feel like the more movement stuff I add, the more like it kind of like I can trust myself with the manta ray teleporting you because I'm the one who made the game and I can like engage with it properly. But people, I don't know, there was someone who said this, but it's like I know how to have fun with the game, but anyone who plays my game is going to like try as hard as they can to not have fun. So they're just gonna like kind of spam it over and over again. Because like if you want to get from point A to point B, this is like the best way. Even if it has like startup, like it's just so fast and it goes over everything. So it's sad for me that I kind of have to like limit it. And I don't want to limit it, I just want to give it like a different purpose. So that it's not like squashing, it's not like stepping on the toes of like the other stuff that I work on. But everything's gonna change in like the year 2036. In 2036, if y'all know who to vote for, I'll become president. And then I will be, at that point, I will be making like, I don't know, I'm thinking, I'm gonna do something to gamers. I think I'm gonna make it so that you can only play video games if you've made one first. Like you have to, like there's some kind of rite of passage you have to do to play a video game. That way that whenever we are making games, we don't have to make them for the lowest common denominator anymore. And I think that's gonna be a lot of fun when I get to that. But until then, until 2036, we kind of have to just make do with what we have. You just want people to play in a specific way. Yeah, I have to like condition you. They have like a word for it. Maybe a loading bar for it. One thing, we were talking about this a couple days ago. Thinking about what I have to change about the game or change about the manta rays. And a pretty hard line for me is I don't want it to feel nerfed. I just want it to serve a different purpose. Like for example, there was a game I played back when I was in high school called Sonic Roboblast 2. And the characters you play as, they have like all these abilities, but the game, I really fucking hate that game. Because there's like springs, right? And the springs like they'll fling you somewhere and it's like a jump. But there's like a specific spring state that you're in. And when you're in that spring state, you're not allowed to use like whatever your character's abilities are. Which to be fair, Sonic is like that too. To be fair, that is like true to like Sonic, but also that sucks and I don't like it. I don't like feeling limited when I'm playing a video game. Like if I have a tool at one point, I want to always have that tool. And I'm not saying that's like an objectively bad design or whatever, but that is something that I feel pretty strongly about whenever I play a game. And that's something I want to respect in this game. Like for example, I haven't done it yet, but part of the reason that we have like this here, so like I select, I target this like crab here, and then I press the space bar and she'll do this like different animation that launches 3 rockets. The ultimate goal for the game is I want every combination of buttons to do at least something. I want everything to do something at every point in time. And I think just doing that is going to end up, at least accidentally, making the game's movement fun. It's just like not limiting you and giving you things to do. Kind of like that's what like Gabe said about Half-Life 1. Like the reason you put bullet holes in is to like give the player recognition that you shot the wall, even though it doesn't do anything. Like I want to give you recognition that you pressed the button. This is how I recognize that you pressed this button. Is by giving you a different animation, and the animation launches 3 rockets. That's just my idea though. And I'm not super dogmatic about these things. I'm not from the US. You ever come to my country? Well, hopefully by that time I'm not running for the United States. I'm running for something much bigger. I remember this quote. I even have a screenshot of it, the Gabe Newell one. Game Devin! I'm having to like remember what my keybinds are. What is Action 1? The E? That's interact. F? What is Action 1? Project settings. I don't even have Action 1. What the hell? Hold on, it has to be in here somewhere. It really isn't. What the hell? I know it was that. Maybe did I remove it? I think I renamed it to attack. It's so silly. Why'd I rename it? And we're just gonna put you at right now. I feel like I read these down, like up to down, so I'm gonna move the sequence. Now let's see. It's kind of cute. Did you optimize this game? Can it run on potato? It's not like I haven't gone through the process of like explicitly optimizing things. I like kind of have a feel for like what's, you know, what's super bad and what's super good. And there's some things in the game that are like pretty bad that I haven't gotten through. But the target hardware for the game is like, you'll notice I'm not using like particles really. I guess there's these like stencil things, which are, I think, you know, those are kind of expensive, but I'm probably going to remove them. I don't use any, I'm trying to like not engage the GPU a lot because my target hardware is like very old laptops. I have a laptop in the other room that I've been testing the game on, and so far the game still runs like smoothly on it. But it is part of the goal to not require a very expensive computer. But being Godot, there's only so much I can do. Being Godot and being C#, I should say. There's only so much I can do. Shooting the wall and nothing happens. Screenshotted the next sentence after the quote you mentioned, though. Getting a narcissistic injury when the world is ignoring me. Shooting at the wall and nothing happens. That hurts because the world is ignoring my shots. Yeah. And it's like always, like all this stuff that people actually like meaningfully care about is always because they want to be in a world, and when the world is ignoring them, it kind of like takes them out of it. We were talking about that last time, actually, how like as an art form, what is unique to a video game is that a video game best uniquely communicates a place in space. It communicates a location. And a lot of people, they don't really want to communicate a location, they want to communicate like a story, but it's like a location can have stories in it. But what a gamer is almost always looking for when they play a video game is a space. It's almost always a space. Sometimes it's not, but in the 99% of gamers, what you are looking for when you boot up a video game is a space, a location. A video can also show a story or space. Well, a video game being a representation of a space, it has stories in it, right? And of course, like stories have spaces in them. There are places that are, but these places are subject to the story. A video or a movie. I don't know if I have a lot to say about like specifically that. But you're not like when you're playing a movie, do you have the impression that you are visiting? Like when you're watching, I don't know, The Dark Knight Rises, are you visiting Gotham? I don't know about you. I don't get the impression that I'm visiting Gotham. I get the impression that I'm having like some kind of story like projected to me. I might have more complicated feelings if I think about it more, but I feel like with a movie is still ultimately a story. What's unique about video games is how it takes all arts and turns it into an experience. The reason I'm wording it in terms of a place is kind of like what you're saying about an experience. For example, if 5 people booted up my game right now, I feel like 3 of them would have vaguely a similar experience with the game, but the other 2 might have a vastly different. There might be a guy whose experience with the game is they opened it and they didn't like the way it looked and then they closed it. But that's like still the experience that they had. And then maybe there's like another guy who did not care about anything except for this like little manta ray. Because he thought that he like plays flying games and he thinks that's fun. Right? So even though multiple people played the exact same game, they had vastly different experiences. And of course we can influence that experience, making the game, but we can't really like force an experience on anybody. You're rather just like facilitating these people to develop an experience for themselves. And it's the exact same thing. It's like an escape room. That's like people who make escape rooms kind of are the same thing. They're doing the exact same thing. They're like, they can create the environment for you and they can kind of like encourage you to have a specific experience. But ultimately, when you go to an escape room, you're going to the escape room. That's a place to be. A lot of like, I know this is a difference I personally have between me and my parents when we go on like vacations, is I care a lot more about just like being in a place and they care a lot more about doing a thing. Like they're always obsessed with like doing a thing. Like we were on a cruise like a month ago and they just wanted to do all the activities on the cruise and I was fine just like sitting on the edge of the boat and just kind of experiencing it and like going into the little cities that we visited and just like kind of exploring around. That's my ideal vacation. I'm not very interested in like, oh, let's go to the comedy club. It's like, oh, well, what's it? I don't really care about all that. And what would you know? I care a lot more about video games, and my parents care about a lot more about like movies. So I don't mean to sound hostile. I am open to these ideas. I'm just trying to like clarify why I'm saying what I am saying and why I am thinking what I am thinking. So is action one around? Action one is F. Oh no, I'm stupid. I feel you. I also recently was on a trip with my family. I always like to find a spot and just relax there. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. So yeah, I think you kind of get you. So the reason I think this isn't working is because we haven't finished the input system. Because I'm using this action which nothing is tied to right now, and of course it works perfect. See, everything works handy dandy dory. But unfortunately, I don't know. If any of y'all have written an input system, I'd be interested to see it. Because I've just been kind of winging it so far. And I need to like get a formal input system down because things are starting to get a little cluttered as I'm like filling out all the buttons. But it looks like that's what we're going to be doing the next time we do a live stream is working on an input system. That's nice. I wrote one, but it was for a different engine, so it won't help. I mean the logic is all that's there. You're not obligated to help. But you know, like I was working in Sandbox. There's another engine called Sandbox. I was working in that like a while ago, and just the general way that I've been working with these engines, I feel like I've stumbled on a method which is pretty like agnostic. But that's why I want to show my spaghetti. I showed you mine. I showed you mine. Have you tried all engines first? I tried SNBox. Like the engines I've tried so far, I've tried SNBox. SNBox is the only game I've completed a game in. I've been working with Godot for a while, like about a year in total. I haven't tried Unity, like really. I've like kind of fiddled around with Unity a little bit, but then you know how Unity is. Like business wise, and that's kind of just good enough. It could like Unity could be better than everything else, and I still wouldn't use it. I've tried Unreal a little bit. I've kind of dipped my toes in Unreal, and I'm kind of excited to like go back in Unreal just like to see if I can adapt my Godot stuff so that I can use like C and C++. I would definitely be doing more C than C++. And my favorite engine that I've used so far is Raylib. Raylib is by far my favorite. Don't you get tired from this game? I just finished my game and I'm so glad to throw it and focus on something else. No, I'm not really tired of this game because I'm letting it change a lot. Actually, I have a video in the game. The game has changed a lot since October. So whenever like the game used to have a very different vision and it used to look very different. And then whenever I'm like tired of it and whenever I like I don't want to do this anymore, I want to do something else, I kind of just like change the whole game to be what I want so far. Like this little test video, this is what the game looks like in October. This is the same game. It's very different. And I mean, I think, and I kind of like said before, I don't remember if you were here, Asto Raxar, but I was talking before. What was I talking about? I was talking about something relevant. Oh yeah, I was talking because they were asking me like what's special about my game, and I don't really feel like there's anything special about my game, but um, I'm taking inspiration from a lot of things. So there's always, so for me at least, there's always been like a lot of variety of things to work on. Like I would say I spent about a week working on this like little manta ray thing, like getting that right, and I made kind of like a little paper. I made like a little paper airplane game, you know, just kind of to noodle around with. So this was like sufficiently detached from everything else that I didn't really get bored. I think that's been the general pattern so far. Is like today I'm gonna work on the parkour stuff. Today I'm gonna work on the manta ray. Today I'm gonna work on the rockets and the killing things. And then eventually I'm gonna start working on like the actual, you know, at some point I'm gonna work on, I guess, like character things. You know, like I can like the economy stuff. I keep talking about a temple economy, but there's no economy yet. So that's gonna be fun. Like I think I've had enough things to work on that I'm not really getting. Maybe I will later. You said it was like the mecha from Sonic. Well, this is supposed to be. You know, like you get your targets, you shoot at them, succession. Is it not better to just finish a game and then do another one with a different vision? I see what you're saying. I think the reason I haven't, like, I didn't come to that same conclusion for this, at least so far, is just because the vision I had before was, like, vaguely close enough to what I'm doing now that it's, like, it's still reasonably the same project. Like, it's literally it's the same project file. Um, and there's, like, a lot of stuff that's reused. Or at least at first there was a lot of stuff that's reused. Nowadays, not so much. But I'm not very ashamed. I think a lot of game dev people are very ashamed of having like a big like folder full of project files and no released games, but like I think that's pretty reasonable to do when you're like just starting out, you know. I don't think it's like, of course, when you're learning about game dev stuff and you're like, and it's probably one of the harder hobbies to like actually like make completed work in, like, of course you're going to be starting things over and over again because starting something is a lot easier than finishing it, and you're probably going to have to like start something like a lot. Everyone has to, yeah. Like I don't feel like I have that many unfinished projects yet, but I mean hopefully I don't. But I do feel like people feel way too much shame about that, like they're embarrassed. At the same time, there's also people who are a little too proud, a little too like they think it's like a rite of passage. It's like, well, no, you should still like have some discipline with what you're working on. So who knows? I like that. I still like kind of stare at these rockets. I like I wrote a little piece of code that made it so they'll kind of what like deviate and they'll kind of like go off track a little bit. I just find it fun to look at. Game dev is just a hobby at the end of the day to do what's actually fun for you. I mean I do think it's art. It's not very good art, not yet, but it has the potential to be art. It might be some secret third thing if it's not art. I'm open to that idea that it's a secret third thing. It looks pretty cool already. You think so? But I'm kind of happy about this like little water fountain I made the other day. But what do I do? The manta ray gimmick will be the main seller of this game. I mean, hopefully. I don't know. I hope I could still make it fun. Because it has been really bothering me. Like, how do I not nerf this, but still make it, still, like, keep it fun to use? Like, I don't want, like, ultimately I do care about this thing being fun, and the sad truth is that this thing being fun means it doesn't make other things not fun. I need it to, I don't need it to be not OP if it was like, oh, I don't want the player to, like, do the game too good. I just don't want the player to miss out on, like, the other things that they can do. Because it's, like, not optimal to do them. Like, it's kind of silly. Most people don't like these games, but I think the first Assassin's Creed game is very good at making it so that the optimal way to play it is also the most fun way to play it. What about making it only active for 5 seconds? Well, I think that would, the reason I don't want to do that is because I think that would make it less fun to use, right? And even if it was only active for 5 seconds, like that was like about 5 seconds, probably less. And that was like way more effective than just running over here. So, the first thing is that I don't want to make the manta ray less fun to use, and I think that would make it less fun. And also, I don't think that 5 seconds is short enough. It would have to be really, really short to be less effective. So my goal, the solution I've come to now, is that it does not teleport your player character, but it's like an attack. It's like a nuke. So like you would kind of position yourself like this, and do a big explosion. Then you're back to where you were. And that might still be fun. That might still be fun, and I hope it still gets used. And maybe the other idea I have for it is maybe, I don't know, maybe you can like still collect things. Maybe I'll make it so that you can still collect things, but it just doesn't like teleport your actual location. But then I need to give you things to collect. It could work. I'd like for it to. I'd like for it to. But I think I've kind of reached the limit of what I can do today before I refine my input system. So I think I'm gonna end the live stream here. It's been wonderful. Been wonderful to have my buddies around. And who knows, later tonight I might be back for one of the secret streams that I've been doing. Might be back for a little secret stream. And yeah, next time we're gonna work on the input system, and we're gonna get that working. So our inputs will be consumed, and maybe we'll make it so we can ignore consumption, and then maybe we can make it so that whatever. We'll figure all that out at the time. I'm like thinking about it as I'm describing it. But thank you everyone who came to the live stream. And of course, thank you, Sexy Red. Thank you, Sexy Red, for helping me think through these problems more clearly than I otherwise would have. Yeah, it's been wonderful, wonderful live stream. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye.